Yeah, gotcha. Well, hello there. Just trying to make sure I've got all the warm bits. How are we, folks? Well, what are we going to do then? Because we're not going to look at any planes. I literally have got visibility. I've downloaded a new app this morning. Let's see if I can get myself a little bit better heard. Downloaded a new app this morning. What was it called? Something TAF. I remember that. Metar TAF. METARTAF. I thought it was by perhaps built by a Welsh person, but it isn't. It's Metar TAF. I don't know what the TAF stands for. Something, I'd imagine. But I just can't think what it could be. But anyway, Metar TAF gives you all sort of like visibility, wind directions, all that kind of thing. It's based on airports, I think. So, how long I'm going to be able to keep this up for, I don't know. Is that a plane? Is that a plane? Is that a plane? What's the point in zooming, mate? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Bye then. Oh my goodness me, how are we going to keep this going for a couple of hours or however long? Anyway, yeah folks, okay, well let's, I look scary, did someone say? Oh dear. Let's have a little look, it's loading a few people. Right, inbound, Air Canada, from Toronto. It's a 330. Old livery. We have had Billie Holiday did a go around about an hour ago, I think it was. I don't know how long ago. I don't know. Okay, let's just filters. London Heathrow Airport. Okay, well we've got that. So why when I've got a London Heathrow filter have I got aircraft from all over the gap? Yeah. Oh, filters have been temporarily disabled. Tap to restore. Okay, there we go. Morning, folks. How are we all doing? So this Air Canada 330 should be touching down any minute now. Trust me, honestly, really. We're hoping it's going to clear. When I was over the other side of the airfield earlier on, actually had some blue skies, believe it or not. Mr. Blue Sky. Okay, let's go to that. I've got little hotties strapped all over the bleeding camera. That's it, there she is. Oh. It's actually, believe it or not folks, supposed to be 09 operations right now, but because the wind is so calm, in fact I think it's no more than sort of like 4 or 5 miles an hour, that they have retained the operations, the 27 operations, westerlies. Right, let's just go on here and have a little look and see who's here. Mark Patrol tonight. Cool. Welcome everybody. Can't believe we've got 2,200 people watching a blank screen. 747 Lover is a returning member, and of course we are all 747 lovers, are we not? And of course the unfortunate, well, I wouldn't say unfortunate, we should celebrate it really, shouldn't we? The last 747 leaving the Boeing assembly line last week. She's now on her way for, I guess she may need to go through more sort of like you know, ground tests, and like they do with Airbus when we go and see them, you know, go through all the regular. There's something landing. So it'll be another month, early. I think it's early 23, isn't it? That Atlas Air are going to take delivery of that. Can see a little something right over there in the distance. The final sort of like, it's the final countdown for the 747. But we must all embrace. I can see a little bit of. I can see more runway. I can see a plane. I can see a plane. It's a plane, look. Can you see that United 76? Just obviously waiting at gate. I think they might have, quite a lot of holding patterns this morning. Quite a lot of busy in the holds, I think they were today. But yes, we must all embrace and rejoice in the 747. She's going to be around. Due in at what time? At 2, did you say? Okay. Let me just turn my flare bleeds on. Right, okay, there we go. Yes. So, of course, I was actually interviewed by BBC Radio 4 on I don't know when it was. When was it? Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. I don't know. Friday. I don't know. Anyway, very interesting. Well, it wasn't so much an interesting conversation with Martha because they asked me to send them notes on. It's getting clearer. Well, mind you, the only problem is I mean, you're starting to see sort of like across the field that you can see planes. One of the producers asked me to send them a brief of what I would discuss regarding the 747. You know, number of frames built when they started with Pan Am, the fact that Boeing put their business on the line for Pan Am. Pan Am insisting after the 707 wanting a wide body jet. We all kind of know the sort of like the ins and outs of how that all played out. But how much of a success she's been over the years. Also mentioning at least one carrier clinging on to the 747 with Lufthansa. Both the 747 400 and 800, and of course she mentioned about technology. Is it because of technology? And I just said, well, you know what, the latest 747, the -8, is as technologically advanced as the most up-to-date aircraft, the 787, the A350, etc. in terms of their technology. The engines are very clean burn engines. However, at the end of the day, it gets dark. No, at the end of the day, you've got a 4-engine aircraft versus a 2-engine aircraft, as I call them, the super twins. And when you've got an aircraft that will seeing them for a bit longer now. Seeing them up to the Neen Road Junction sign. So we might even get some approaches. Definitely seeing some stuff over there. Let's just hope, because it does come in waves, doesn't it? The fog, these fog banks do come in waves. But yes, of course, the 747. The bottom line is that a twin engine, a super twin, will burn 50% less fuel crossing the Atlantic than a four-engine jet. It's as simple as that. So that is the obvious reason why. I did mention about BA being perhaps a little bit hasty in disposing of their 747s. I think there's going to be a mass shortage of airliners in the coming years. Not just down to, because I think that the disruption caused by COVID is something that will linger for some time, I believe. But also the raw materials. The issue with raw materials is a big thing for both Boeing and Airbus and anybody else, any other aircraft manufacturers at the moment. So we'll have to see how that one all plays out. But we could possibly see, you know, the likes of Scandinavian Airlines who are going through some real issues at the moment with their finances, parking one of their 350s and looking like they may be parking a lot more. I can see British Airways grabbing hold of a couple of those because there is going to be a shortage of aircraft. GP, can you call me on any aircraft landing, please? Oh, is there? Emirates 380, folks, get ready for it. Come on, she's a big girl. We should be able to see her. I can hear it. I can hear her. Here she is. Nice. I like the way she emerges. That's pretty cool, man. Like a ghost in the night. Hello. Now that's interesting. That definitely goes to show that there is an issue with gates and personnel. Because that 350, what is he doing all the way up here? He's just landed. That's the one that's just landed. So you may see, oh, he's doing a U-turn. So just to burn off some time, I'm guessing, because he's obviously going to be sitting around waiting for his gate to open up. As is what's happened there with the Air India jet as well. Anyway, whatever. Hey, has anyone seen the C919 jet? Folks, the Chinese C919, I think it is called. What a great looking airplane, I'm going to say. Powered by the General Electric replacement for the CFM56, which is the LEAP engine, the LEAP engine, which is the engine that powers the 737 MAX. So obviously, over 1,000 orders have already been there's already pre-order for over 1,000 airframes. With the Chinese manufacturer, all Chinese aircraft built and assembled. Interesting to see that jet sitting there at gate. But she's very, very A220-esque. Have a look at her, Julie. You can shout me every time there's an aircraft landing here while I'm talking. But anyway, there we go, folks. It is very interesting, is it not? I need to get some hand warmers on my glasses because it keeps steaming up. Oh, go on, Vera! Gary Fellows, good morning to you. Russ CT, Kev Parker, Sue, Kev Parker, tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be an A380. Jay Chaplin too, Comac C919, yeah, only thing I don't like is the nose cockpit windows. Well, the reason why I called it with the A220-esque look about it is because of that nice sort of like nose cockpit configuration. It's not to everyone's liking. That's understandable. Something landing. Okay, gotcha. Oh dear, that's 2 Air India jets are going to be sitting there waiting now. Okay, let me. Okay, so this week for your pilot training, we're going to laser etch runway lights into your eyes. No, but good question regarding the landings of these aircraft. I don't think these are Cat 3B landings. I think they're Cat 3 landings, perhaps. A lot of this will be auto land up to a certain point, but I think the final segment of the landing, the touchdown process, is manual. Most of it, most of these landings, although down to as close as 50 feet, I believe, they can fly these jets in on auto, and then then they'll switch off the autopilot and take manual control of the aircraft. Now, what is interesting is that what we can't see, of course, are the runway lights, the high intensity runway lights, which they can see from because obviously the lights are designed, they're pointing in a certain angle, at a certain angle, in order to for the pilots to see the runway. So if you go on Google, for example, and maybe search runway in fog, runway approach in fog, you will see quite clearly how bright and efficient the lighting system is on the runways. What we got? And what is also very interesting is the fact that we don't get to see these lights until they're literally, I'd say that's about 400 yards from me. Hear it long before it touches down, or emerges, should I say. There she is. Oh. Yeah, no, the runway is not heated, folks. It does not have underfloor heating. I mean, you know, these are good questions. They're valid questions. See that 350 there? She's sitting there waiting, man. And there's another one in front of her. Is that 2 350s in a row? And a partridge in a pear tree on the 4th day. Kisa and the Moo-Moos. Alex Hilton, no, the runway's not heated. Marianne Edwards, James Doink, good day to you. Alex Hilton, all just de-icer. What's that, all just de-icer? Russ CT. Alexander Wood, I love how almost 3,000 people are watching Fog and listening to Jerry talking. Good morning to you, folks. I hope you're doing well. Hope your Sunday's well. Your Sunday's good, and your weekend has been good, and you are wrapped up nice and warm at home, because there's not really much to do, is there? I'm going to do a few shout outs. Thank you everybody who've obviously sent in emails. By the way, folks, your latest sticker batch to all those folks who have sent in sticker requests using self-addressed envelopes, etc., etc. Your next batch of stickers are due to be dispatched soon. Of course, we do have postal disruption here in the UK, so there's no chance you're going to get them before Christmas, I'm afraid. But there's something touching down, something coming in. What's happened? Oh, is it? Ah! Oh, that's a shame. A big shout out to JG May. I don't know if you're on the chat, these folks that I'm shouting out to, but just a quick shout out. JG May, thank you for your lovely email, and thanks to everybody who sent in their wonderful emails and letters and so on and so forth. Nick Gray, Margot Gold, Linda Beattie. A good luck to Gary Rayner's son. Gary, you didn't give me your son's name. But he's studying for his pilot's license, and I wish him all the best. Nick McNair, a very warm welcome to you. Welcome to everybody else as well. Quick shout out, Rab H. There is Nick McNair, Ian Austin, Chone Hunter, Chris Nichols. Hope you got your heavy boots on today. Chris, yes, I have. In fact, one of the reasons for the delay, folks, was because I needed to. I got here. Of course, we need to put this. Construction on the railing system, because obviously normally it's right down the bottom there, but we have to put it on. But this anti-slip, it's supposed to be anti-slip. Well, it is anti-slip in wet, but I tell you what, when there's ice on it, it isn't. So I had to go and buy some. Obviously, I needed to de-ice the roof, believe it or not, and that was done by way of screen washer fluid. And lots of it, a couple of, a decent couple of litres on there, well, 5 litres, 10 litres, whatever it was. Alex Hilton working at home. Terence Cook. Well, we hope so, we hope so. Nick Gray, Jim K, Andy P, Russ CT, incoming. Well, Russ CT on that incoming list has got the Qatar 380, but I believe it might be going rogue, which means on the southern runway. We've got James Doink has gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much, James. That's a very kind thing to do, especially this close to Christmas. And of course, those 10 people will be able to join us on our next, I believe. Well, will they? Because it's a month, isn't it? Well, we'll have to see. Don't forget, next week, folks, we're putting out a promo later on this afternoon for Louisville, and we're off to Kentucky next week to the UPS World Port at Louisville with UPS. We're going to be up close to all the aircraft, see all the loading operations, the unloading operations, aircraft landing close. We're going to see all of that kind of cool stuff. And of course, because we've been invited there, we are of course going to be putting that out free view. But we are going to have member only chat. So as we always do. So welcome to First Class Steve, HGC saying, yeah, we've got Steve Moody, he's back as a first class member. Of course, he's a fourth striper there. Vinnie Jones, good day to you. Clive Clark. Bikal Pam, Andy Apps, Liz Matthewman, John Malone, Sandy Humby, Alan James, Stewie's Travels, Gib or Jeeb, Nicholas Sherwood, Rusty Can, Ellen Wright, Ispila07, Stephanie Hutchinson, Jason Clayton, and Peter Morrisrow are returning members, gifted membership. See that? I don't know if that's a new. I don't know if that's a new blah blah. Paul Howard, Emily Kerr. Good day to everybody. Warm welcome to you. Russ CT has gifted a membership. That's very kind of you, Russ CT. Very kind. Oh, start up. There's an aeroplane there. There's an aeroplane there. Matt Jones, thank you very much indeed. Clive Clark, got a 6:10 flight tomorrow with Scary Air to Copenhagen. Family day to Christmas markets. I've got a 9. 8:40 odd flight tomorrow morning with Virgin Atlantic out to Atlanta. Yeah, fog's closed in once again. This is exactly as I predicted would happen. You're going to get waves of deep fog. It is predicted to be clearing around about 11 o'clock, but good luck with that, seeing as that was an hour ago. Good morning, Lady Thunderbird 6, Aidan Campbell. Aidan Campbell, when will you be going back to the Airbus place? Yes, of course, Aidan. We are overdue a Toulouse visit, most definitely, and I'd imagine that early in the new year. See, he's just probably coming off autopilot. I can hear it. Where the flipping heck is it? Here it is. So yeah, no, definitely we are due a trip back to. Of course, January we have something that may be in the schedule for January, which we need to kind of keep January open until we get the final word. Something very special, which we're hoping will turn into an actual show. But we have to keep that one massively under wraps at the moment. Of course, next week, folks, by the way, not next week, but the week after, the week leading up to Christmas, we have got, and I've a big shout out to Johan, our good friend at East Midlands. He's been running the East Midlands media team for a number of years now, ever since I've been doing Big Jet TV anyway, and doing it very, very successfully. He's someone really who's very dedicated to promoting East Midlands, not just from a passenger point of view, but also from a freight point of view as well. See, here comes another wave of clear conditions. Well, I say clear conditions, but really. But we are planning a 4-hour airside show at East Midlands, folks, on the 21st, as it is at the moment. It's looking like it may well be the 21st. There's an aeroplane there. And it's Air India doing the loop, isn't it? Dane Grayson, Heathrow doing dual runway arrivals. Well, they were earlier. Are they doing it now? Are they on? Captain Vibe. Yeah, we do have. There we go. We do have a Saudi Dreamliner, is it? On approach to the southern runway. Looks like Turkish. No, he's turning on there. Has the 380, is the Qatar 380 done the southern? Has it done the southern? Thanks, folks. Thanks to everybody for keeping us updated. D, good morning to you. Quite a concerning bit of news as something goes over the top of me. I'm guessing that's an A400M over the top of me right now. Oh, it's an AN12, is it? Oh, wow. Cavoc, that's a shame. I mean, even in normal conditions, these guys are switching to manual as little as sort of like 300-400 feet from the ground. If you're a regular flyer, especially on the small jets, the 320s, you can actually hear the bloop 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 as they deactivate the autopilot and switch to manual. and sometimes that's very, very close to the ground. Can I just say, condolences to Johnny Johnson's family. Johnny Johnson, a lot of people will know, a lot of people won't know, the last remaining survivor of the Dam Busters 617 squadron, the bomb aimer in Guy Gibson's aircraft. So a big condolence to the family, and that's it. It's 617 squadron is now firmly in the hands of historians. So R.I.P. Mr. Johnson, who was a right character as well. They did 10 attempts at dropping the upkeep, the bouncing bomb as it was commonly known. 10 runs before Johnny was happy with the run, and lots of expletives being used by the rear gunner and other members of the crew, of course. So yes, an interesting development happening in America. Airline pilots striking. All the major airlines, United, Delta, American, and I don't know if it's an internal structural thing in terms of domestically, or if it's international. But yeah, pilots voting unanimously to strike. Now, my concern over this whole thing is the fact that a lot of it is COVID related, isn't it? Because of the, you know, it's the long hours that they are striking over, which is understandable, and the fact that they don't get that long to rest, which is a terrible thing. It has to be a minimum, doesn't it? I mean, it's almost like, it's a bit like truck drivers, isn't it? You have to use a, what's it called? The tachometer, isn't it? I think it's a tachometer. Is it a tachometer? No. It's some kind of ometer that truck drivers have to use. And of course, you know, but it is quite a political thing, so we're probably better off just leaving it and seeing how that evolves. WestJet, the Canadian carrier, are starting a new service from Edinburgh to Calgary with the 737 MAX. That's been announced. When the first service is going to be, I'm not 100% sure. We've already talked about the C919, the Chinese single aisle jet, which is now been built, and China Eastern is the launch customer for that aircraft. Over 1,000 airframes already been, orders for 1,000 aircraft already been placed. So good to see the Chinese supporting that program. Of course, we've all heard about Etihad bringing back their A380 into service here in London next year, in summer next year. So the summer season going to be full of 380s, that's for sure. I think we could quite easily, well, I don't know actually. It may be that somewhere like Sydney or some of the long-range airports. What have we got coming in, GP? But I think Heathrow can possibly be nice. Emirates, British Airways, Etihad, Singapore Airlines, Qatar. So that's 5 operators bringing the A380, and of course, depending on availability, we'll see Heathrow very busy next summer. We hope. Oh look, it's a gritting lorry. Yeah, mate. Sling a bit over here, will you? Of course, the other day I mentioned about Icelandair and their new, well, not new. They've been operating a cargo operation for many, many years. Icelandair, their 757, I think, being the most. Oh, look, we really do have. Look, it's a big clear patch now. Look, we can actually see quite far down, but that will probably seal up again, I'd imagine. But look at this. So they are queuing. There's that 350. See that 350? That has been there for quite some time. And we have aircraft that are emerging through the mist now, that are in holder on the ground. So that's why the holding patterns are quite busy at the moment, it appears. Interesting to see that Cafe 350. Is she? Now look at the size of the ailerons on that thing, man. Because of the fact that, you know, Airbus doesn't use the flapper on. I know we've talked about it many, many times, but now you can clearly see the length of the aileron. Not a split aileron system on the A350, so that's completely going against all aircraft design. Well, traditional aircraft design, in as much that they would expect to have, or they were by law supposed to, for manufacture. I think that law is quite old, actually. I think it harps back to the early days with the A300. If it starts to clear, we're going to get some pretty decent floofage, man. Yeah, we're going to get, it's going to be floof city if it, but it's coming in waves, isn't it? That's the trouble. Yeah, anyway. So yes, Icelandair. That's what I need, a bit of that, isn't it? So that's salt. Well, it's a salt solution with some very fine granules in it. Obviously not stones. Oh look, now we're starting to see the remotes now. Is that China? Is that Air China over there? Looks like it, doesn't it? Oh, okay, come on, keep it clear, keep it clear. Wow, big old backlog. Yes. So, I think I mentioned about the other day with Icelandair and their new aircraft that they've just introduced, and I said it was a 737, I think, and it is indeed a 767. I think they've got they're planning some pretty major operations. Still say Virgin should do it, you know. Still say Virgin should you know, they've got they're really very bullish on their freighter operations at Virgin. I think they need a plane. I'd love to know why they're not putting their own plane with a big Virgin Atlantic cargo on the side. It would look pretty spectacular, especially as they've got such an immense independent freighter hub here at London Heathrow. Just over the other side of the airfield, a new freight hub has been well, freight, should I say, not so much a freight hub, but their own handling centre. Would you call it handling? Both them and Delta, because they're in bed together, Virgin and Delta. Starting to see some planes, folks. Look at this. Look at this. Anyway, so yes, Icelandair, Boeing 767-300. They're calling it Grimsey. Fly to Liège and JFK. And as they say, exciting times ahead for Icelandair. I'm sure somebody mentioned this on a previous show about Croatia Airlines. They've signed a firm order for 6 A220 aircraft. What's that, GP? Sorry? Is it you? Oh, okay. Taxiing very, very slowly. Did I read this out on the show yet? Chinese researchers, folks, while we're just waiting for things to happen. Chinese researchers claim to have created the world's first hypersonic detonation wave engine. Get that. It can propel a plane, not sure how big at the moment, but it can propel a plane at Mach 9. Which is pretty damn fast. 9 times the speed of sound, using inexpensive jet fuel as well, because previous forms of detonation used very it's Air China, isn't it? Oh, sorry, it's Air China. Yeah. Next one in, GP. We're going to start seeing some floof. Yeah, we're going to get floof. Oh, I got some of those little hottie things right in my boots on my toes, and I have to say they are very toasty. My toes are toasty, and I've got them all laid out in me across my body, not literally. I knitted myself. The little ones I've got them in my pockets and everywhere. But anyway, yeah, obviously using very volatile fuels previously on these types of engines. But these guys, these Chinese researchers, have developed this new system, the oblique detonation engine, as I think they're calling it. The oblique detonation engine underwent a number of successful ground tests at Beijing's JF-12 hypersonic shuttle tunnel. The South China Morning Post reported last Friday. So you might want to check that out. That's quite interesting. If you want to look it up, just look for world's first hypersonic detonation wave engine. I'm guessing that would be classified as like we've seen before with those sort of like pulse engines, isn't it? Lufthansa. Oh, easy. Planes sitting there waiting, man. Look at the planes waiting. Oh my good God. I have a funny feeling when I come home on Friday I might be dealing with that, especially early in the morning when the internationals come in. Okay, I just saw somebody gifting 5 memberships and it disappeared off my screen. So whomever that was, my apologies. Perhaps you can look that one up. Oh, actually, if I scroll up here, I might be able to find it. because it should be there. Oh no, it's not. Let's scroll down. No, that's not working. Sorry about that. Feel free to come in and say if it was you, whomever you are. Alistair McLean, Glenn's Aviation, love. The temperature here in the Stroud Valley is 0 degrees. Very fine snow cars struggling to get up. Michael Venter, Paul Howard. What the bit about Jerry Paul Howard? I don't know how he works the camera with my finger and my eyes. That's about it, really. Camera does the rest. Just cleared and all we've got is little bits. Is that okay? Cool. Nice. I tell you, the old tripod head could do with a bit of it's quite stiff this morning. Just because of that. Well, if these conditions continue to clear like this, I'll be very happy. 17th Mustang, Seth Brettel. 17th Mustang midday where he is, and the sun will be setting in just over 3 hours. Helen Clapp, Melanie L, John Kemp, Sue Corder. Kathy Williams, Brian Pounder, GML. I thought DARPA have been working on pulse detonation engines for some time. Now, GML, that may be the case. That very well might be the case. However, it might have been using fuels that are quite volatile. The one thing with this particular I can actually go in there. It's under interesting engineering as well, which is pretty cool. I like that. Well, I can actually see planes going out now over the other side. Researchers released technical information on the kerosene-powered engine. The kerosene-powered engine, there we are, in a report published in the peer-reviewed Journal of Experiments in Fluid Mechanics. Don't you just love that kind of stuff? If you are an engineer of any type. The tests were carried out earlier this year. The team experimenting with the engine, which generates thrust by a burst of explosions, was led by Lui Yongfeng, a senior engineer at the Institute of Mechanics, Chinese Academy of Sciences. Compared to other hypersonic engines like the scramjet, a detonation engine can operate more effectively and with greater power. A succession of explosions are set off by the detonation wave. These explosions occur almost rapidly and release a lot more energy than the traditional combustion does with the same amount of fuel, especially at speeds beyond Mach 8. That's quite interesting, actually. Detonation. Isn't that kind of the pulse engine that they used on the Doodlebug? Is that something coming in? There we go, blimey, look at that. Oh, this is great, man. We're really getting to see it now. Yeah! Now, here we go. You know the crow? Look at him, look. Or the rook, or whatever he might. I think it's a rook, actually, but judging by the size of his big beak. Their wing profile is amazing, man. But very rarely do you get to see them glide, so it's very difficult. There we go. Just thought I'd scare him. See if I can get him now. You'd need to, first of all, you need to see it from behind, but it's just a very difficult thing to catch, unlike a bird of prey, which normally soaring. Jet fuel, known as RP3, which is frequently found in Chinese airports, powers Yongfeng's engine. So there we go. It is powered by standard jet fuel. Read all about it. But it has a different detonation, some description, I'm not sure. Okay, Air Canada on the push. He's of course going to go out. What have we got? What have we got? We've got a new member. Robin Green is a new member. Robin, a very warm welcome to you, and thank you so much for joining us here on Big Jet TV. Great to see you. And please, Robin, along with anybody else who's new here to the channel, come in and ask questions. And please, you know, don't hesitate to ask questions either, because it is obviously something that I really enjoy answering, or trying, or attempting to answer questions. And if we are unable, I am unable to, obviously there will be people on here. Very knowledgeable group of people here on Big Jet TV, which is just fantastic. So there may be another wave of low vis that's sort of like making its way in now. We'll just have to wait and see. With oh no. Another new member, Boothy ENG. Is that Boothy Engineering or Boothy Engine? Or my apologies if I'm getting it wrong there. But Boothy, a very warm welcome to you. This is a startup, push and start with Air Canada. Eve Hoskett, Sam Robson, Errol 4130, 4130. Good production company once they were. Carl Roller, good day to you. Jazz, good day Jazz. It's a cold and frosty morning. Well, it's a cold and frosty afternoon now, isn't it? On Big Jet TV. Welcome everybody. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've made your preparations for Christmas. Some of you maybe have, some of you maybe haven't. I'm sorry to say that I am one of those people that does not put any decorations up. I know it's very bar humbug, but I love Christmas. I embrace it. For all those people who love it and get heavily involved in it, but of course, me being an individual on his own, is kind of pointless. What's the point in a Christmas tree? Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Yeah. Anyone else want to look at me Christmas tree? No, right, okay. However, there we are. But so, as I always do, we will be doing a show on Christmas Day, folks, for all of you folks who are maybe on their own or want to sit around the telly without having to watch a repeat of Top Gear or Bargain Hunt or whatever it might be. shout me on arrivals, GP, because I want to make sure that I get floofage. Thank you. Oh, okay, say okay, okay. It's all right, I got it. James Doink, mega floof. 737 Max is next in. Oh, it is a crow, Joe Spitfire saying. It's also, I always get it wrong. It's either one or the other, isn't it? I always get it wrong. And I'll say it's a crow and someone will say it's a rook. Ah! I thought rooks had big beaks. Mind you, I think rooks are just bigger anyway, aren't they? Hello. Unmarked. Oh no. Unmarked Max. Wow. Hey, look at that. It's got Eurowings tail on it. No. WestJet. No. Oh, wow. Look at this. Do you know what? That is crazy. That's almost like an aircraft that has not yet been delivered or is due to be painted. Well, obviously it is. But normally, well, not normally, but a lot of times the rudder assembly obviously is something that arrives separate, and the manufacturer of the rudder assembly will paint the rudder in the customer's colours prior to delivery. Actually, if you look on the 747-8 that was delivered, that was recently rolled out of the Boeing factory, you'll see that also the vertical stabilizer, the rudder, was painted in the Atlas Air colours, but only the rudder. The rest of the tail still had the green coating on it, which is a protective coating, which is then washed off of the aircraft prior to painting. It's basically an anti-corrosive agent. It's lot. All right. Well, it looks like it. I can. Okay. Well. So that is interesting, because that kind of like with the A320, the new Neo that with Austrian that we've seen flying in here on a couple of occasions. Bluebird, there we go. Yes, Bluebird. Okay, so that's interesting. Now, so they've removed all of the livery apart from on the vertical, on the rudder. Now, partly the reason for that, I think, is because they can remove the livery very quickly, or on the body of the aircraft and the vertical stabilizer. But the rudder, obviously, because it's a moving component, requires a little bit more attention to detail, or fluids that are sympathetic, or agents that are sympathetic. He's just doing a complete loop, that fella. Now, should see one of the engines are shut down, I'd imagine. One of those engines should be shut down. That's still running. The number one's still running. Number two still running. I'm quite surprised to see them still running those engines. You don't need both engines operational for ground movements. Could be saving themselves a significant amount of fuel here. And there you can see the 787 influences on the 737 Max, the twin APU lights that you can see there, the actual either side, same as the Dreamliner, and also the APU itself, complete redesign from the traditional 737 back end, and of course those big engines, another feature that's sort of like 787-esque. Photobomb in 3, 2, 1. Oh, Tony Jutty, just the fish. It's got the fish at Christmas. What do you buy a goldfish at Christmas? Or maybe some fish. Maybe he's got tropical fish. Always an amazing thing to. Always remember when I was a. Always remember, unbelievable, so mesmerising to watch. Tropical fish in a tank. Euro Aviation TV, Rolls-Royce engineer. Engines have a ground time limit in freezing fog conditions. If they breach that time, they need to do some engine manoeuvres on the ground to shed any ice. Interesting. But are these freezing conditions? I don't think these are actually freezing conditions right now. I think we are, although above a certain altitude it will be, but I'm not sure. But I see exactly what Rolls-Royce engineer is saying. And I'll go with him because he knows his stuff, because he's a Rolls-Royce engineer. Let's just read that again. Engines have a ground time limit. Okay, in freezing fog conditions. If they breach that time, they need to do some engine manoeuvres on the ground to shed any ice. Okay, so what he's saying is that that aircraft there that's been sitting there, that United jet that's been sitting there for a specific amount of time, will, up to a certain point, need to get himself moving. Just to, like he says, shed any ice that might have accumulated. Possibly, I would imagine, not so much on the blades at ground altitude, but maybe on the intakes and of course any other exits and breather parts on the engine that are necessary for the engine to work, so to speak. Mason W56 asking for us to go to Gatwick to do a live stream. You know what? That's it's on the cards. We are just waiting for an opportunity to come along where we have a meeting lined up with somebody at Gatwick. God, he's high. Is he? Find it on YouTube, mate. We've got another member, Scooter Springsteen. Well, Scooter Springsteen is back. Welcome back, Scooter. Gareth Blair is a new member. Welcome, Gareth. Good to see you here. And Tom Cloherty is also a new member. A very warm welcome to you, Tom. Welcome anybody who's joined the show today. Joined as a new member. Please don't feel, shy. Don't feel pressured to ask any questions, but don't feel pressured to not ask any questions as well, folks. That's what it's all about. Love to have chat with you. I really like it and enjoy it when we see new names coming in and asking questions. It's always a great thing. Phil Martin had a foggy auto landing at Amsterdam Schiphol yesterday. Queues were ridiculous. Oh my goodness me. So still bad queues in Amsterdam. Foggy auto land. Was that officially from the pilot there? Phil, did they say that it was an auto land? Because I think it's quite rare, isn't it, to have auto land, unless it's a sort of like, a really because visibility's got to be sort of like a mile now, I would have thought. Well, maybe not quite that, but so don't forget, folks, We are live in Louisville. And I'm going to call it Louisville, by the way, folks. I'm not going to... I know and appreciate that the locals in Louisville call it Louisville, but I think for those folks watching around the world, if I say Louisville, they'll understand it a bit more, well, because otherwise we're just going to get people going, where the hell is Louisville? Anyway. Glenn's Aviation, Ian Allenson. The rudder and the control surfaces are painted separately for balance purposes, Ian Allenson. Thank you for that, Ian. Great information and totally understandable as well. American 777 coming over the top of Penzance about 35 minutes out. David Edwards saying thank you, David. Lots of people saying hello to Tom. It's a lot and it's brand new according to flight radar, but it is 4 lot, but it is an X. Nice flue fitch, man. Nice flue fitch. Cool. Joanna B. J-Mank, Jerry, you'd want to run them in such cold conditions to prevent icing. Rolls-Royce engineer, thank you. So regardless, in these conditions, yes, he's basically saying you would want to run them. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So you would, that was me talking about running on one engine to taxi. Got a bit of de-icing going on here, folks. Here we go. I think that's on that 767 nearest us. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, Rolls-Royce engineer, thank you. And totally understandable. And yes, most definitely, you wouldn't want to leave the engine at a stop. Although at some point you do have to stop the engine. So we could see. Beautiful. Yeah. Nice. I don't know if it's the triple or if it's this. I don't know if it's the triple or this one that's being de-iced. I think it might be the triple. When I say de-iced, it's actually, well, actually, if that aircraft's been sitting at gate for any specific amount of time, it will be de-ice. There is obviously anti-ice solution, but there is also a de-icing solution and different grades of it as well, visible by their colour, believe it or not. Generally, green and orange are used, the solutions that are used most of the time. And clear as well. Just trying to see where my oh yeah, it is the triple, I think. Is it the triple? Yeah, it is the triple. Oh, this is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. Lots of money this costs, folks. So they are under the cosh in terms of timings here. That fluid will stay active for a specific amount of time, and depending on the type, I think it's the green solution, anti-ice, that so that's going over the elevators now. that's being painted over the horizontal stabilizers and the elevators, he will, or she will, then go up high onto the vertical stabilizer. Leading edges are really important, of course. You don't want build-up of ice on the leading edge because it will, of course, affect the airflow and subsequently lift of the aircraft. A small castle. That's what I do. I think if I had tropical fish, I think the whole fish bowl would just be fish tank. Not fish bowl, fish tank. It would just be full of like a crashed plane. Hey, there's one for you. I bet you can get a crashed plane. Obviously, they all survived. Everyone got out, and they just sunk the aircraft. You know, they submerged those aircraft for out in America, don't they? I think they submerged the jumbo jet, didn't they, or a big aeroplane for the coral fish to encourage coral to grow. So there's a good idea, isn't it? If you've got tropical fish and you've got a tank, get a big crashed plane. Obviously, make sure it is one which is, you know, compatible with water and not something like an Airfix model, which is going to get glue anyway. Oh, is it not? Okay. Go in the front of the cab in the middle on the top of the cab, you'll see some in the middle. Open the cab door. Right, in the middle. At the front, in the middle, there's a compartment in the middle. You'll see a couple of stickers there.
Glove box?
No, not the glove box, no. On the top, in the middle, yeah. Yeah, where the glasses are, yeah, there you go. Going to stick with this de-icing procedure whilst because I've got nothing. Have you got anything heavy coming in, GB? Jazz, the United wait for a gate looks like Billy no mates at a party. Yeah, Clive Clark, Russ ET, H. Thank you, H. Kath Collis. Good day to you, Kath. Yes, pretty.
Cheers, Jenny.
Thank you. Take care.
See you, mate.
All the best.
You too. You're not cold up there, mate.
Got to deal with it, haven't you? Thank you. Take care. I guess I should be saying Happy Christmas to people now, shouldn't I? Happy Christmas. Cheers. Oh, okay, thank you. Happy Christmas to you, Jelly. Perfect, thank you.
Enjoy yourself in UPS.
Thank you very much. This is something decent, isn't it? Emerging. Yeah, look at this. Okay, now what I've done is I've thought ahead and put spare set of gloves. Oh, you are joking. Spare set of gloves. with hand warmers. So they should be nice and warm. Oh yeah, they are as well. The fingers are toasty, mate. Oh yes, indeedy. Oh my goodness me, that was a good call, Jerry, mate. That was a good call. So I now have I have a production line of warm gloves, although the backs of them are freezing. Kathy Williams, Diane 78, Clive Clark, Douglas. I wonder if in this fog, if they are mainly auto lands. To be honest with you, Tom. Sorry, Douglas. To be honest with you, most of them are manual landings, although up to a certain point. Interesting to see Boeing engineering / development / design teams. That's been sitting there for a long time, that aeroplane, hasn't it? Working on a new system of temperature controlled vortex generators on the wings, which is quite interesting. So the colder it gets, the vortex generators will retract, and then of course as the temperature increases they will extend, which is quite interesting. It's great sitting on an aeroplane and seeing all that de-icing going on, I've got to be honest with you, and it obviously will give the folks on board a feeling of, you know, it's all down to pilot's discrepancy, really. Oh, Stuart Watson, Jilly, did you hear that? Pilot BA is inbound in about an hour. Carl Roller. Oh, was he? Okay. Really? For what reason? Oh, right. Is what? Oh, for God's sake. Ever in your life? How old are you? Chris McPhail. Good morning from a cloudy Clearwater, Florida. Discretion, Jerry. Lennon Blanco. Discretion, pilot's discretion. What did I say? Pilot's preference. Did I say preference? I said discretion. Discretion, yeah. Mank Red. Already got heat warmers inside my inside my boots, right at the tail. And thankfully, I do wear Skechers steel toe caps. Taking them out to. Of course, taking them out to Louisville with me. What's that, GP? Yes, yes, it is true. Yes, it is true. I have heard that before. pilots are issued with a company credit card in the instance of... good question, that. That's Justin Hanley asking that question. Yes, believe it or not, they do have a company credit card, although I guess these days it's probably a little bit more electronic than that, isn't it? It's probably a... you know, on their phone or something like that, rather than a physical credit card. But and not only that, but you know, if they are at an airfield that, you know, perhaps they've had to divert to and purchase more fuel, the airfield may be ask them to pay up front, etc., etc., and they may have to contact operations for the airline. So that 777 should be pushing any moment now, because they are on a you will see on some of these aircraft that are going out, you will see the green on the flight surfaces. Could get a very smoky engine start. And that's generally, I think maybe Rolls-Royce engineer can confirm that with me, but wow, look at this. Icon jet. Airbrushed. I think it's, I don't know if Rolls-Royce engineer can back me up on this or maybe correct me on it, but I believe that the smoke that you will see coming out the back of these engines is just excess oil build up or in the bottom of the engine, which at the bottom of the combustor, which is just burnt off as the engine is kicked into life. We might see it now. Santa Claus, did I just see Foxy? Okay, Santa Claus. Is it old back next thing, yeah? Oh, no, it looks like is he going to remote stand? I think he's going to remote stand, isn't he? Or is he? RAF are given gold coins if they're forced to land during conflict situations, people, I take it. They're given gold coins, man. Philip Jones, why aren't you on a hotel today, Philip Jones? Well, why aren't I here? First of all, our position at the Hyatt would not be beneficial because obviously it's too far away to catch the landings. You will get a lot of airport operational stuff going on the Hyatt, but I'd rather get the aircraft touching down at the touchdown point. If we were further up the road with our friends at the courtyard, obviously because of the visibility issues, especially earlier on, it would have... Hello, mate. What's up, mate? What push cam, mate? You want to get a selfie?
Yeah.
Go on, then. No, turn around. Now turn around yourself. Turn around. There you go.
I appreciate it, mate. Thank you. Where are you going? Where are you going?
where? Oh, cool. Cool, man. Take care. Stay warm, yeah?
Cheers, mate. Oh, bless him. Brussels. Brussels. Janine Kelly, good morning. Jim, when do these planes get exterior washed? Well, that's a good question as well, from Jim. Aircraft generally are washed during general maintenance. They won't really be taken off the flight line purely to be washed. They will just take the opportunity when the aircraft is undergoing whatever maintenance it may be. It may be just a quick check for a specific technical issue that's come up, but to be honest with you, even then they need to keep these aircraft operational because they cost money when they're on the ground, of course, or when they're not operational. Lord Thomas McClay, good afternoon to you. Bootle lad, seeing off as Blue. Good afternoon from snowy Yorkshire. Snowy Yorkshire, eh? Liz McEnroe. Bootle lad. Paul Skilling. Filate lovely. Yes. Filate lovely. Fillet. Filate, I'm guessing you would say that, wouldn't you? Good day to you, Filate lovely. Oh, here we go. So that triple's pushing now. So we should get a nice start up. Oscar's plane, 747-8 inbound soon. GP, are you there? Copy. Okay. Do what? Whose plane? Cathay Pacific 747? Inbound 7 apparently? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, but when it says inbound soon, is it like inbound, like, is it 2 out or is it 5 minutes out? Or is it half? Oh my goodness me, yes. Kelvin Grant, passengers on the Turkish 777. That plane has been sitting there literally since the beginning of the show, hasn't it? That Turkish triple. Craig Woodhouse, a very warm welcome back, Craig. Good to see you here. Wayne Hartshaw, EGPX. Okay, 1 hour and 20 minutes for the Cathay Pacific 747. Let's see if we can find her on Flight Radar 24, folks. If you've got your Flight Radar 24 apps open, let's see if we can find her. The vortex that you're seeing over the wings, the fluff or floof as we call it, is basically generated by changes in the pressure, the air pressure, both over and under the wings. Obviously increases and decreases depending on whether they're taking off or landing. Matthew Sims, they use a waxed powder that also washes the aircraft. Waxed powder, very interesting. Never knew that. Wayne Hartshaw, Ken Munro, Holly Scott, CX7. Oh, it's CX7 that's inbound. Thank you, Holly. 747. She'll be a freighter. Check and see if you can find her on radar, folks. Rab HTCC. My colleagues went to Kenya yesterday from Heathrow. He said he's probably on the A310. He said he is probably on the A310. It turned out it was 787. He knew nothing about planes, I was going to say. Blimey. Yes. That would have been Kenya Airways 787. Slotter GZBLA, the flight out to us is delayed, I see already. Oh dear, Dane Grayson, just north of Munich, Royal Jordanian following. Oh, just north of Munich, that'll be the 747, I'm guessing he's talking about there. Jerry, the smoke you see on startup is because the engine wet motors on startup, i.e. fuel added without ignition for a few seconds, so when it does ignite. Oh, okay, so it's nothing to do with... I love it when he puts me right. He always puts me right, old Rolls-Royce engineer. So, what he's saying there is, let's just read that again. The smoke you see on start, because the engine wet motors on startup, i.e. fuel added without ignition for a few seconds, so when it does ignite you can see a bit of cloud at first. Okay, but why is it so prominent on the Pratt & Whitney engine? Very rarely do you see smoke on startup with, to be honest with you, any other engine. So this Turkish jet now having to move, as Rolls-Royce engineer saying, to keep all the components working properly, give them a bit of burst. Is he just doing that to keep the people happy, or is he just is he going to do a? It's quite interesting. There's quite a few gates. So it's fuel injected into the engine or into the combustor without any ignition at that point. Okay, so almost like a primer is what you're saying. Is it almost like priming the engine, Rolls-Royce engineer? Is that what we're talking about, potentially? Back in the old days, give it a bit of choke. Justin Hanley, CX7 due at 14:11. Joanne B. rudder check on that 777. Phil Thompson, EK29, A380, 1 hour out. Justin Hanley, Cathay Pacific CX7, 747 over Germany, EGPX. Thank you, Johan Heino. Scott Cowell, what was the issue today with the planes having to wait to get a gate? Scott, I think that is literally down to delays due to the weather, I think. More so than because obviously you've got aircraft that are waiting to go out. They're delayed on their departures due to the weather conditions. There's a couple there, which is quite interesting to see. BA jets, literally, I would say, facing in the wrong direction. That's supposed to be heading down to Terminal 5, that jet. Scooby, unburnt fuel. Yes, there we go. uses kerosene. Is kerosene not an oil-based product? Because that's the mixture, isn't it? Kerosene and the aviation fuel itself, the fuel itself, mixed with kerosene. A bit like the old two-stroke engines, where you added a little bit of castrol to the two-stroke. Nowadays, you still do for the old two-stroke engines. Cal Weatherdude, good afternoon to you. Stuart Pritchard, I remember where you are and seeing American Airlines MD-11s landing where the Boeing 777 just landed. Wow. Well, to be honest with you, Stuart, it's more than likely that you saw DC-10s. I know that American did have MD-11s, didn't they? But of course, the MD-11 was the modified variant of the DC-10. There's a Cathay Pacific Engineering folks who always give us a bit of a wave. They will probably be on their way to meet that. Well, I don't know actually. It may be something to do with that. Should have looked at his number plate. Really, would have probably seen him. Can you imagine that? Well, that big long flight, and then you've spent the best part of an hour sitting on the. Are you there, Julie? Copy. Arrivals. Not a happy bunny. Anyone on that plane, I have to say. Tracy Cook is a new member. Welcome, Tracy. Good to see you. Matthew Sims for Louisville. The 2DA inbounds will be arriving at 8 or 9 a.m. into the early PM. Then the outbounds will start 3 p.m. till the early evening. The 1DA inbounds will start 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. What's that, Matthew Sims? Thank you for that. 2DA inbounds. I'm guessing that's the first shift, is it? Or something like that. Ian Snelling, the Turkish 777, was already 2 hours late coming in, and it's now been waiting for a gate for nearly an hour. A lot of unhappy passengers. Wow. So massively delayed, that Turkish jet. Probably because of the weather conditions here in London, it was delayed departing. Ratataka. Wow, look at that. Folks up in the tower are literally using their screens rather than visual by the looks of it. Not that they really use visual. I mean, from time to time they may have a glance out of the windows, but predominantly most of it is all done using the screens, I would imagine. Stefan Romari, Stefan, a very warm welcome to you. Please, folks, the fact that you're coming in here and supporting the channel as members, I would really appreciate it. And you don't have to, don't feel in any way obliged, but please don't hesitate in coming in here and discussing stuff with me. If I miss a message from you, please don't take it the wrong way. It's just because obviously I'm busy scanning the airfield, trying to make sure that I don't miss anything for you guys to see. But of course, I would love for you guys to get involved. John Murphy, good afternoon to you. Matthew Sims, second day air service and next day air. Matthew Sims, there we go. Second day. So okay, so the important and the not so important mail and commerce. Finally, man, finally. So that was waiting to go in where that American jet went in. Norman Cross, good day to you. Brian Williams, Lord Geeker, my flight to Washington in April has been moved back an hour. Probably so I can get on BJet TV. It's crazy, isn't it? A flight in April has been moved back an hour. Well, well, well. Isn't that a crazy thing? Second engine start on the Thai Airways triple over there. Daniel, snow is coming to Heathrow short. I hope so. Wayne Hartshaw. Good on you, Wayne. Mason W56, new member here. What day do you usually go live on YouTube, Mason? Wednesdays and Sundays, Mason. Wednesdays and Sundays are our normal scheduled programming. Great to see you here, Mason. Thank you for supporting the channel, of course. Please, regardless of your knowledge, whether it's significant or basic, or you're just starting out in aviation, please don't hesitate to come in and discuss stuff with us. Ask questions, etc. Usually plenty of snows. We've got the Liz Matthewman. Thank you, Phil. Krugash, LFC, have there been many go around so far? Krugash, no. To be honest with you, these conditions do not really they don't really sort of like because especially when the conditions are as calm as they are right now, you generally, because of the systems, the systems on the aircraft, they're very efficient. So they will probably be. They could be off autopilot right now. Wow! Look at this, GP. Look at this. Oh, this is the new one, isn't it? Aero Italia. Yeah. Well. Where's the food? Oh, is it? Okay. What's some? Oh. Stuart Watson. Okay. Apparently my computer will let me follow the Archimedes return on or BigJet TV. Well, your computer can do one thing, but you can do another. Stuart, you can watch one on your phone and one on the other. But anyway, all the best, Stuart. Take very good care of yourself, and hopefully she'll come down safely. Martin Organ, g'day to you, Martin. Cianopus Blue, Rab H, Les Donaldson. China B, do you not do Saturdays anymore? China, we never did Saturdays. Why are you saying anymore? We don't. We very rarely do a Saturday. Very rarely do we do a Saturday, unless there's something happening or. Do these people not read the instructions, man? Nice. Here he comes, Over here, mate, there you go. Good lad. Got the burger arriving on autopilot, GP.
Auto they heated inside those rockets? Are they heated? Yeah. Oh, good night.
Pilot BA. Pilot BA is on the stream. Now he's inbound, isn't he? So Aviation. Louis 777. That's not Italian. It's got a 9H registration. Italian is EL. Okay, so that's interesting. It's not Italian, even though it's got Italian name. Woodhouse. So next generation jet, Craig. Sorry, folks. It's probably 737, 700, 800, something like that. Maybe even. But it, you know, I can understand why. Oh, on that. Look for Jerry as a reference point. Matthew Bentley. Sonny Schneider. Oh, we ended up at a domestic terminal where we had to get a bus to T5 in order. Blimey. Ah, now you can see the green leading edge there. See the green on the leading edge there, folks? That's the anti-ice. Now we're obviously going to stick around for the switchover, and that's when you will see that anti-icing solution pouring off the wings as they gather speed. But it does have an adhesion element to it as well. So it will adhere and will only separate from the flight surfaces up to a certain speed, or it will stick to the flight surfaces up to a certain speed. Obviously, the upper layers of it will break off and. However, who knows? That may well be de-ice as well, because that aircraft may have been sitting over at gate overnight, and therefore, as a result of that,
quite a lot of frost will have built up on the wing overnight, a bit like on your car. I know that, see how green that one is, man. Look at the wing on it. Got a new member. Trouble is I can't select it at the moment because my glove. Oh, we go. Linda Goody. Good day to you, Linda. So I guess who's going to arrive first? Pilot BA or Cafe? Do we know that, GP? Who's going to arrive first? Oh. Oh. Okay, Pilot BA about 15 minutes out. We're here in coach. What's your flight number? What's your flight number? Lance D. Atlanta. I will say after a long week of work, I do appreciate a good Saturday show when you have them. It's kind of like getting up on Saturdays as a kid to watch TV for adults. Well, oh, nice. Big old tail on the 7.5, isn't there? Oh, Phil Martin, when we arrived at Schiphol yesterday on Autoland. Okay, so that would have been an announcement made on the cabin announcement would have been that they are coming in Autoland, so all devices had to be switched off, not just on flight safe mode. Understandably so. Because they're not still not 100%, or are they? John Drink, wow, my burger went cold very quickly there. Charlie Prevost, what did Pluto mean? Well, Pluto is one of the holding points here at London Heathrow. I think it's the last holding point on the southern runway. I believe. Sandy Humby, BA118. That's the aircraft we're looking for. Let me just find it on. God, blimey, my fingers, mate, my fingers. Oh, lovely old 737. In from Schiphol. I can understand why a lot of people think, oh, is that an old generation 737? Well, it is an NG, the next generation, but they do, you know, they can easily be mistaken for the older generation jets. You know, I mean, in Miami, we saw, what, 400s? so slung, those engines, aren't they, to the ground? I'm guessing the outside air temperature is the critical element that is the decision for the pilots to what's he sitting there for? Hasn't just come in, has he? Hasn't just come in. Daniel has gifted a membership. Daniel, it's very kind of you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Daniel, my brother, he was. Is he running those engines up? He is. He's running them engines. Floof-tastic. Yeah. He's definitely running those engines up, man. Yeah. Jim asking, Jim Monteith, that is, asking how do you gift a membership? I think you can only do it on, is it right? You can only do it on desktop, Jim, and you hit the $sign and in advance. Yeah, it's random as well, folks, because you can't dictate who you gift it to, unfortunately. We need to speak to YouTube about that, because you know some folks who some folks taking advantage of it, put it that way, whilst others are legitimately first timers to Big Jet TV, and some people working the system, I think you would call it. And fair enough. We'll do that. Do that. Bit of a shame. Some of them are like, you know, long timers, old timers. What was I saying about a smoky startup? There you go. And it's a Dreamliner as well. So I got that completely wrong. Thank you, Rolls-Royce engineer. As you can see there, it may not be apparent to some people, but that is unspent fuel being burnt off as the combustors fire up. Skithensiton. The lucky recipient selected by YouTube get 1 month access to perks from first class memberships. John Walton, Rolls-Royce engineer. The Trent 700 does not have heated stators. I think the stators that he's talking about there are the fixed pilot BA's next, is he? You say? Oh. Okay. The fixed stators. The Trent 700 does not have heated stators, so the Sri Lankan airline pilots need to do the de-icing procedure due to the extended taxi time in freezing fog conditions. Oh, okay, so that is a... oh, I see, okay. So that's why he was running them up there. Did you hear that, Rolls-Royce engineer? Could you hear that? Over. Hope he did. The stators, the stator fins, I think they're called, aren't they? They're guide fins inside the engine, which also act as the mounting system for the core, the engine core as well, because obviously the core is mounted in the middle of the, you know, it's literally how do you put it? Adrian Ox is a returning member, and a big-time returning member, Andrew Ox, with a red star. Thank you, Andrew. Great to see you here. A very warm welcome back to Big Jet TV. Maybe just fixed its payment or something like that. That happens a lot. You know, they haven't actually been away for any specific amount of time. It's just they're sometimes they're you know, updating their bank cards or bank details or whatever it may be. Okay, have we got Pilot BA next? Yeah. Come on, Dan. No pressure. I can hear him. I can hear him. Is he on a 200 or a 300? Oh, he greased it. What a perler. Absolute perfection there. Congratulations, sir. And another one for the book. Beautiful touchdown. Ex-Singapore Airlines A380 skipper there, folks, flying that 777. Also, obviously, as he is type rated on the A380, also going to be flying with British Airways on the 380. So, what a great operational career this guy's already had, flying the Singapore Slinger. Brilliant. Thank you, sir. Have an enjoyable rest of your Sunday, whatever you may be doing. With whom? Okay. Crew bus, perhaps. Isn't it crazy, man? Look at that bus on the left there, and that's a big bus. If you go and stand next to that bus, it's a big old lump, isn't it? And look at the plane next to it. Look at it. Oh, it's closing in again. It's closing in again. Paul Gore, is it? Paul, a very warm welcome to you, Paul. A new member right here on Big Jet TV. Paul Jones, a right perler. look, it's yeah, it's definitely, visibility is definitely, it's clouding in again. It's the fog bank is closing in slightly here at London Heathrow as more jets, look at these jets sitting at gate. What are the conditions for tomorrow, GP? Because I might be delayed going out. Linda Moore. Mason W56, A380, 30 minutes out. Right, let me grab this copy. That's all right. It's pretty big community. Excellent. Another beautifully executed touchdown. Touchdown! Oh, what a surprise! Yeah! Nice one, GP. Oh. Okay, oh, it's the front now. Welcome. Hello, mate. Pardon? No, it's not, mate. My eyes are old, my knees are bent, my nose is old and brittle. At least McConnell's have fixed the bleeding caps at the tops on these cuts. Yeah. Lord Geeker. Start that. Yeah, it's getting enough. Oh, bless him. Fellow doctor can wear Daniel, you're a star. Pilot BA. I was the FP flying pilot. But the captain felt useless, so he's taxiing to the gate. What's that? Yeah, go on, tell me. Carry on. Oh. Oh. Well, if only if someone grasses and is a you know. Yeah. Some flipping goody two-shoes. There's always someone, isn't there? Yeah, there's always someone. You know, armchair lawyer or armchair football manager or armchair air traffic controller. Jill Perry, bravo, young man. Philip Lowry, Farid Abed, Sue, Randy Bushbaum. Do you know the average cost to de-ice a jet? I think it's quite expensive, isn't it? It's in the tens, isn't it? Isn't it a good 10 grand for a big aeroplane or something insane like that? I seem to remember. Stephen Billings, Pilatus PC-24, Zurich to San Moritz 7700, flight radar to an emergency at the moment. Kathy Williams. Here a startup. Can't see it though. Ooh, that sounded like a Dreamliner start. Could potentially be a LEAP-powered jet. Oh! Ollie's saying that the England squad are flying back today on a Titan Airways 321, estimated around 2 p.m. Going into Birmingham, right. This is something big by the sounds of it. Yeah, if Harry Kane's on board the aircraft, which he no doubt will be, they need to watch their approach angle. Anyway, yeah, be there. I'll get me coat. Oh, Randy, don't thank me. I think Rolls-Royce engineer knows a lot more than I do. That's for sure. Doke Walker. Good day to you, Doke Walker. A very warm welcome as a new member on Big Jet TV. Holly, CX-7 just gone over Antwerp. That's the next jet we're looking out for, folks, if we ever get to see it. The fog is now closing in again. Unfortunately, we're going through another wave of thick fog, low vis. Check the vis, folks. Josh Armstrong, Is it at 3 p.m. they change runways? It is, Josh. It is 3 o'clock every single day, or every time they are on westerlies. When they're on easterlies, wow! Well, it's because of the gates, I think, Julie. I think are the holds busy at the moment then? No? Oh. Yeah, it's allowed for. It's allowed for. Yeah, no, they don't come round with a purse like, come on, people, pound each for the de-icing. Come on, dig deep. We need. No, it is a contingency that's built in. I think it is possibly something that maybe the airlines obviously build into their contingency budgets throughout the year. And just how much they put. It's a bit like, I guess, being a member of a club, and you put a certain amount of money behind the bar for whenever you need it, which for most people is every time they go out. Oh, the humanity. Andy Pete, Ken Alloway, love that El Al livery. Yeah, it's great when you can see it. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, this is crazy, isn't it? It's getting really bad now. It's getting really bad now. Oh my goodness me. I guess it's best to ask BA Pilot regarding, he's probably quite busy now finishing off things, I'd imagine, but at some point in time just ask him about auto land, and today's landing. I guess he brought the aircraft in, so it would have been autopilot up to, I don't know, I'm making it up, I'm guessing. I mean, I remember a 380 British Airways 380 captain telling me that it could be as little as 50 feet above the ground before they switched to manual, which is incredible in terms of the technology, because for the aircraft to switch off autopilot and effectively move to the manual configuration, it is incredible, because that 50 feet goes very, very quickly. I guess around about 5 seconds before they touch down. I'm guessing this is a 320 Neo coming in now. I'm guessing this is a 320 Neo, just by its sound. Oh, it's a 321 Neo. Okay, well, same thing, isn't it, really? Oh yeah, it's got really bad now. We're at that sort of, like, you know, see the aircraft for about 5 seconds, and then she's we're walking in the air. Les Donaldson, they're going to need thermal imaging soon. Stephen Billings, Jerry, BBC forecast for London Heathrow tomorrow. Light cloud and a light breeze. However, there is a yellow snow ice warning from 6 to 0900 tomorrow. Okay. 1800 in the evening to 0900. 6 o'clock, okay, tonight to 9 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, well, Dennis Millwood, auto land works all the way to touchdown. It's only after the landing that the pilots take over manually. Really? Wow. Okay, now that's the first time I've heard that. I mean, it can do, of course, yeah. I wasn't aware that. Well, auto land, yes. Auto land will work all the way through. Wow, that's interesting to see an SAS, old SAS jet. Are they starting to park their new Neos? I don't know. But yes, of course, auto land is auto land. If you want to auto land the jet all the way down through the landing itself, the touchdown, and it's only after the rollout or at the rollout point. I mean, sometimes it's auto braking as well. But at some point in time, after touchdown, the pilots will take control. However, as I mentioned, when we landed at Frankfurt and I asked the pilots of the jet, the A380, was that an auto land? They said, no, it was a manual landing, but we came off autopilot around about 100 feet from the runway, when they were obviously happy and stable on the approach. So obviously, again, it's pilot's discretion, isn't it? As to the point at which they do that, because I think an autopilot landing doesn't go into your logbook perhaps as a landing. It would obviously be marked on there as an auto land. I'm guessing. Probably doesn't get you as many points as a manual touchdown. Of course, these runway lights are extremely bright, and you can see them a number of miles out as well. It's quite amazing how they are high intensity strobes that they use on modern runways now. When I say modern runways, I'm talking about the lighting systems that they use on runways now. And of course, every runway does have its own lighting system to indicate to the pilots when they're running out of runway. The last X amount of meters will be red. I think that's both at the start and the ending of the runway. Craig Woodhouse, thank you for that. Algernon Sal Greeby doesn't have the foggiest, is that a joke? Charlie Prevost flew on Air Intel Caravelle in the late 70s, yes. Gavin Smith, thank you very much. Oh mate, you're a star. I've got one already, but I'll take another one.
Thank you, sir. What's that, mate? Yeah, yeah, Monday, yeah, tomorrow, yeah.
Hopefully not. Yeah, this is pretty bad at the moment. Yeah, this is pea soup right now. Oh, it's a Titan 321. That's a freighter, isn't it? Are you sure they haven't bundled the football team into that? I'm only joking, of course. You know, a little bit of Batman. Oh, are you serious, man? Well, there's no surprise there, really, if it is. Sounds like Cathay's going rogue, folks. Channel. Yeah, but with the way the holding patterns are at the moment, Jilly. HGC Titan 321 P2F. Passenger to freight. Sorry, folks, this is very obviously difficult for the poor old camera to keep up. Keep up, son. What's that? Kingston Land is a new member. Welcome, Kingston Land. It's like an inbound. I can hear it. I can hear it. Go on, son, turn it on. Blowing away all the fog. Shame. Interesting that Titan 321 freighter has come up this side of the runway. Obviously quite congested down at the other end. Of course, Titan operating both a freighter. Thanks, mate. Thank you, sir. Give him a shout. Give us a wave, son. Cheers, mate. Thanks for the coffee, sir. Appreciate it. Very much appreciated. God bless you, governor. So yes, like Titan Airways operating both passenger and freighter operations. I think that's only as a result of COVID that happened. I don't think Titan, obviously they were predominantly or have been a charter operation, passenger charter operator, private charter operation for most of their lives or life. Oh my God, really? Is that on the chat, Julie? Is that on the comments? Tom Stewart sitting in Keflavik, did you say? BA 777, let's just have a look at that. I need to zoom out a little bit because otherwise it confuses the camera. Smith's Sister is a new member. Welcome, Smith's Sister. Chris Cartwright is a returning member. Welcome back, Chris. Great to see you. Welcome all our new members today. Tom Stewart sitting on board BA 985 at Keflavik waiting for a slot at Heathrow. Delayed by 70 minutes already, watching a US Air Force Boeing P-8 Poseidon perform touch and goes. Well, Tom, yes, That's probably quite exciting, but only for about 3 or 4 times, and then you're sort of like, right, okay, we've had enough now, let's get this bleeding thing on the go. Of course, now conditions have really gone downhill, I guess is the best way you'd describe it. Or Chris Cartwright, welcome back, Chris. Yeah. Oh, Andy Kynock, sorry, saying, I know back in the 80s, cost to de-ice a 747 ran at around £2,000 per aircraft. So if you had a number of costs went up fast, yeah. £2,000 back then in the 80s. I'd say it's between 7 and 10 grand, depending on the size of the aircraft. Put it this way, it ain't cheap. Steve Littler, Slinger 380, around 50 minutes out. And I've got big fat socks on. I've got big fat socks on. I've got everything on. I've got my girdle on. Stephen Billings, Emirates 380, Journey to the Future livery due at 2:03 p.m. John Merton, thank you very much, folks. For anybody who has given us a like, we don't beg for likes. We obviously appreciate the fact that if you do give us a like, it is very much appreciated. So whilst you're looking at blankness, raise that index finger and hit that like button. And thank you in advance for anybody who does give us likes, and for those folks who have already given us likes. It's very much appreciated. It does mean a lot, of course, and that's the last I'm going to say about it. I'm not going to be hounding you or shoving it down your throat about giving us likes. We really appreciate it. If you don't do it this time, maybe you can do it next time. It's entirely up to you. But thank you anyone who does that, and thank you to everybody who supports the channel, of course. All our fantastic members. It is a very humbling experience, I have to say, every time, to know that we have so many wonderful members who have found this channel and support it, allowing us to travel around the world and not sitting in one location all the time. We do try and mix it up as much as we can by going overseas to Europe at least once a month, and overseas to America at least once a month. December's been a little bit of a tricky one, but we will also be back hopefully to normal operations in January, bringing you a Euro show. It's a shame because we're desperate to get back out to Schiphol, but we just hear that the disruptions out in Schiphol are pretty bad, apparently, in terms of the queues. Hearing stories right up to today about how bad the queues are at Schiphol. Bits and pieces. 300 likes in less than 1 minute. Thanks, folks. Really appreciate it. Chris Cartwright is a returning member. Welcome back, Chris. 300 likes in 1 minute. Yeah, GP, copy. It's a long way down the runway. Go on, son, get it down. There we go. There we go. A little bit of the front wheel touch there. Of course, the wheel is not spinning. It goes from 0 to around about 2,000 RPM in the space of literally a split second when those wheels touch down, and that's why you do see little scuffs, or I wouldn't say flat spots because they're not really flat spots. It's just a little tiny scuff as the tyres touch the tarmacadam. Ian Snelling, CX7, just going to south end. That's that, GP. Good God. Okay, Lord Thomas McRae, the average de-icing cost for a small jet is $1,300 per application. De-icing larger aircraft can cost over $13,000. There we go. Thank you very much indeed for that. So, yeah, around about £10,000 is what I'm saying. Did I not say around about £10,000 for a large aeroplane? I think I might have got that right. Darren Jones is a new member. Welcome, Darren. Great to see you here. New member to Big Jet TV. Thank you for your support, folks. So we're all looking out for CX-7. Hopefully she's going to come in on the northern runway. We need to see this Boeing 747 emerging. Okay, good. James Wurtel, the fog is so thick and smell. Damn. Rusty T. Sabira, good day to you. Cianopus Blue, 17th Mustang. Daz Landals, had my afternoon nap. Okay, Daz, back refreshed. San Sharma asking pilot BA if he ever stands by his aircraft and looks at it in wonderment. Well, I can understand if I was a pilot, something's coming in here. When I was in Miami, and I saw actually, I saw when I was standing there with Jilly. Remember when we watched the pilot doing the walk around, the external checks, which is a standard procedure. All pilots have to do it. It does all do. I think the commanding pilot, the commander, is I don't know if it's true or not, but a good friend of mine, and he will remain nameless at this stage. A good friend of mine, and whether he said it in jest or not, he's the captain. He's a captain with one of the UK's leading airlines, and he said he told me, well, I always send the first officer out there to do the walk around checks, which is because he's he basically, because he's the commander, isn't he? So but as if I was the captain, I would not mind doing the walk around checks, even in conditions like these. Take a nice warm jacket and have a walk round and look at your aeroplane in amazement. And when we saw Dave doing the walk around checks on the 380 in Miami, he walked up to one of the engines and put his hands on the cowls, right at the front of the engine, gave him a couple of taps and looked around at the fan blades, and probably at that point thought, wow, look at this beautiful big Trent 900 engine. It was Dave. No, it's Dave. Yeah. SFO Dave East. Did you say West? Did you say West? John Grinham, loving these landings today. Brilliant. Well, John, if you just joined us, the conditions have obviously gone pretty bad over the last 30 minutes or so. It was actually quite clear, hoping that we might get another clear patch. But it is going to be pretty amazing to watch them take off at 3 o'clock. Emirates joining the queue, Cianopus Blue. Oh, Ian Snelling. Apparently, BA pilot is pilot BA. Sorry, is sitting around waiting. He's another one waiting. James Wurtle. I'm looking at fog and love listening to Jerry. I'm just looking at. She just film nothing. Tony Rivers, Andrea, Phil Thompson, EK29 turning finals after American 777. Thank you, Phil. Helen Clapp, pilot BA, still stuck, waiting to go to gate. Scooby, they're flying on LIFR, or low instrument flight rule, for ceiling less than 500 feet and visibility less than 1 mile. So instrument landing. There we go. There we go, Scooby. It is an instrument landing. There'll be auto land up to a certain point. This is another Neo, I guess. Oh, no. There it is. Flying on instruments, and this is one of the things that young pilots need to be drilled on, in terms of like being able to fly purely on instruments. Back in the old days with the old aeroplanes, when they had analog, the instrument panel would have what was known as the 6-pack, which has the 6 most important instruments on it. I think it's airspeed, altitude. Is it angle of attack? I'm sure somebody's going to tell us it was airspeed. I'm sure there's a bit like the TT Cafe that they have in learning in their learning lessons. But the 6-pack, which was the 6 instruments. Drift. Stop making it up, Jerry. Just wait for someone to tell you the right answer and don't make it up. Martin Akerman, CPA 007 has been given 27 right for landing. Martin, thank you for that. Nick Gray, Seeing Authors Blue, J Mank 72, Lisa Baker, Krugash LFC, flying on instruments, the airplane scene of flying on instruments. Yes. VSI, Brian McCann, flying on it. Any news on cargo logic? I think there are in administration. Shame. Yes, that is the news. I apologise for that, folks. Sorry about that. I do. The reason why it goes blurred like that, folks, is because obviously the camera is struggling. Well, it would struggle, but I'm looking down at comments every now and then, and sometimes when I look back up, it's got a bit of a mind of its own and sort of like goes pops out of focus. Sorry about that. GP, you there? Call me on this 380. Should be any moment now, shouldn't it? I can hear it. I can hear it. Get ready, folks. Beast from the east about to appear through the mist. Or the fog. Or whatever you like to call it. Oh yeah, here she comes. Flipping tail's so big, even the top of the tail was out of shot in the fog. That's insane, man. So the ceiling height, the tip of the tail of the 380 was well, you had to be there. these aeroplanes waiting. Oh, Dave Beeler, rate of climb also part of the six pack. Really? Okay. Yeah, Nick Gray. Yeah, I've already we've been monitoring the forecast at Louisville, and yes, unfortunately, it is looking like there will be rain. But hey, listen, it's not going to stop us. And one thing's for sure, it's not going to stop the operations. Come hell or high water, literally, these operations at any airport never stop, and that's why you need to respect and appreciate all the hard work that goes into the ground operations of an airport. Everyone from the poo truck right the way up to the cargo handlers, the loaders, the refueling folks, the fire teams, the ground operations teams, more so the actual handlers at the airport, at the aircraft themselves. Obviously the operations teams, they have their nice warm vehicles that they can jump in and out of on a regular basis, whereas these handlers, they have to endure the elements regardless of what they may be. Oh, okay. It's clearing up a little bit. When I say that, I can see planes from a distance, which I couldn't 2 minutes ago. So, anyway, ready for this 747, folks. Wayne Hartshorn, at what altitude will the aircraft encounter the fog? Well, that all depends on how deep it is, Wayne. It could be 500 feet, it could be 100 feet, it could be a layer, just a very thin layer of a fog bank that these pilots encounter. It really is not. There's not any sort of like given ruling on how thick the fog bank is. So yeah. Oh, I hear a jet. Oh, no, it's not him, is it? How far is the jumbo jet? Do we know? I lost you. Gareth Sunset Shepherd. Is not what? Two out. CX number 2. Okay, is this it? Is this it? Have I just sounds big. Sounds big. No. Oh yeah. Yeah, you know, they come around from time to time, don't they? We get them on a, well, the more popular we become, the more of a sort of like a magnet it is for fake fakes coming along, and we don't tolerate it. Basically, more on that as it evolves, folks. Sometimes it takes a little longer. Sometimes it takes a little longer to sort of like to figure them out than other times. Sometimes it's blatant, other times it's not. But yeah, interesting, very interesting, and a shame, I have to say. And I mean, most sincerely, folks. No, it is a shame, isn't it? Okay, 747 on approach. Here we go. Got a handle attached right to me. Oh, here we go. Come on, girl. Bring it in. Queen of the skies. All rise. All rise for the Queen of the skies. Where are you, girl? Where are you? Beautiful. Thank you, Mom. Beautiful. It's a shame it wasn't clearer conditions, but hey, you know what? We'll take a jumbo in any conditions, won't we? Tony O'Reilly, Lance D. Atlanta. Made that look easy. Nick Gray, Alex Hilton. Nick Gray, there's your cover shot. Was it good enough, GP? Because we did put Foggy on there, didn't we? So that maybe... Well, no. Just make us timestamp now, right now. So you can scroll back to it to get that 747 emerging from the mist. Oh, I forgot, I've got my second coffee here from our good friend who's got a room here. Andy Kinnock, stunning and fab. Les Donaldson blinked and nearly missed it. Reverses open before front wheel down. Is that normal, Lord Geeker? Yes. You will see an example of that in the. It is a standard procedure. Well, I wouldn't say a standard procedure, but it can be done. It's not like, you know, unusual or against regulations. It is dependent upon, again, the pilot, him or herself, and their skills and so on and so forth. Astronetics. Yeah, I think we need to be very, very wary. It's just because we're such nice people that we welcome them, don't we? And we expect them to have the same respect for us as we have for them, and unfortunately it doesn't happen. You know, who knows what is in their little world in terms of you know, how old they are, how young they are, whatever their background is, whatever they're doing. A love, obviously a very keen love for aviation, because of the way they sometimes talk, you know. But sometimes it does take. Sometimes when they come on, we're like, no, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. That's kind of like, you know. We basically find that the ones who are legitimate pilots are very rarely on the feed. Obviously, because of their busy schedules, you know, and obviously their family lives and stuff like that. You know, they aren't able to spend a lot of time. We might get Carl come on randomly one day when he's obviously either sitting in a hotel room between flights or something like that. or Zach or Zane. Yeah! You know, you can tell legitimate people, like Rolls-Royce engineer, for example. He's, you know, the way he talks, just is everything is just right. You know, sometimes you just have to give people the benefit of the doubt. Again, because we are such nice people, we do give people the benefit of the doubt. But you know, it is unfortunate when not just us, but you folks out there are duped by fakes. It happens all over the world, don't get me wrong, it is what it is. We just have to sort of like deal with it and move on. But it is a shame. It is a shame that people have to do that. Ryan Chapelhow, good afternoon. Currently waiting to go to the airport, fly back to the UK from Rome. Ryan, can I just say one thing? Pack or go and buy a few of those crossword books. What is it? Puzzle books. Aidan Campbell. I'm definitely not a pilot. I can't even drive. I prefer to navigate. Lufty, Sandy Humby, Carl Hannon, Derek Gray. Thank you. Brilliant show. We'll catch up with the shows. Want to wish you and Gilly a very happy Christmas. Have to go now. Sorry about that. Ken Alloway, Air Action 2257. Scott Shawcross, Scott Cowell, Fogg's got in the mic. Oh, easy, son. Hey, look at that for an aero brake. Hey, Wheelie King. Ha ha. It's quite rare to see a TAP CEO jet, I have to say, these days, isn't it? I think they're one of the biggest operators of the Neo 339 jet, that's for sure. Nick Gray, thank you. Battery change. It was actually a mic change, folks. Need to keep an eye on it though, Gilly, because how long have we been live? Okay, so that mic has not really lasted that long. We need to monitor this one. I'm going to get the other ones ready. Like a circle in the wind. never ending. La la. Oh, oh. Go round, go round. God knows where it is, but it's a go round. Yeah! Good, son! Don't know why I'm pointing it in this sky, mate. I don't know why I'm pointing it. Just for effect, I guess. Sorry. Ellie is back. Welcome back, Ellie. That 777-200, American 777-200, just packed taxi passes. It's got that, I don't know if Rolls-Royce engineer can tell us this, but it's the Trent 800 engine, isn't it? A Rolls-Royce Trent 800. Poor old, even he's anyway, it is what it is. Yeah, that humming noise. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, Rolls-Royce engineer. I mean, I've talked about it quite a few times. I've mentioned it quite a few times. As soon as the aircraft, as soon as the engine is on idle, it makes that hum. It's a very distinctive humming noise. I'm not sure if it's picked up by the microphone. Or whether you can hear it, but it's something that I definitely hear, and it's very distinctive. When you hear a 777-200 touchdown and it's powered by Trent 800 engines. Oh, something's starting up. I think I can see it. Oh, here we go. Turn it on, son. Oh, maybe not. Idle. Oh, no, he's going for it now. Leading to. No, he's not. Whatever it is, that something in the mist over there is starting up. I'm sure you'll probably be able to see it on flight radar. Justin Hanley, yes. In fact, to be honest with you, Justin, it may have been just as they went from auto land to manual. Peter Mancarius, a resonant frequency at low RPM. Yes, love that. See? Oh, you guys, a resonant. I love that. Do they ever close operations due to weather, Anne Harris? Yes, they do. Mainly either for extreme wind conditions. This one's made it. Or very, very extreme weather, whether it be cyclonic, would that be right to say, cyclonic? Or getting a bit cleaner over there now, can see a bit better, got another 10 yards visibility. High winds, like as in cyclones and stuff like that. Flooding, obviously, goes without saying, and snow, and that all depends on the airport's operations and how well rehearsed they are in terms of snowy operations. I know Manchester was closed. Both runways were closed at Manchester yesterday I'm guessing due to visibility issues, but which surprises me. Was it visibility? I don't know. Jim Monteith. You know what, Jim? I doubt very much that would have been an issue with visibility of the runway, because even though visibility as we see it right now is very, very low, like, you know, we're talking about half a mile, if that, maybe even less, quarter of a mile. But the intensity of the lights on the runway, it is ironic because you just cannot see the runway at this point in time, but I guess the best way to describe it would be that the intensity of these lights is almost like a boo. Actually, it's not their fault, is it? It's the ref. It's the ref. But the intensity of the lights is such that they can see these lights at the runway. It's the first thing that comes into sight, and they are so intense that you can see them sort of like 5 or 6 miles out. Very easy to establish yourself. It may have been that the pilots were just not happy with their approach. Maybe it was a point of where they came off of manual auto to manual, where they switched, and they were just not happy with the way that it was approaching. So I don't know. It is really each situation is unique in itself, is it not? I guess. What's that? What's that say again? Got an... All right. Studying what? Oh, right, okay. Okay. Sorry, man. Oh, okay, Stuart Siddons, Manchester was closed due to snow from 7 a.m. yesterday. Owen B, welcome back, Owen B, a returning member. Thank you, Stuart, for that update. Randy Bushbaum, Qantas has one at LAX right now getting an overhaul. That'll be the 380 perhaps, I think. Randy Bushbaum, Dave Ulberg, good day to you. LFC Ian, snow on runways needed clearing as far as I know from Manchester yesterday. There we go, thank you LFC Ian. Superfly Steve also confirming that as well. Carl Hannon also saying it. Wesley Cooper, had a flight sim experience today using a 737 new next generation. Instructor gave me a number 2 engine failure just after takeoff. Boy, does she want to swing suddenly in the direction of the working engine. Fantastic time. Wesley Cooper, yeah, well, it kind of makes sense. You know, it's going to pull, isn't it? The effect of the engine, it's of course one goes down, the other one goes. It's going to pull to the side of the operational engine, and that's what you need to be aware of. Was it something you recovered quite quickly? How cool is that, though? Is that a BA operation or is that a Finnair operation? The answer? Oh, it's a Finnair operation. Roger. Naughty Fox 27 right, thank you. It was snow. Helen Clapp, Russie T, Darren Golding, Randy Bushbaum, Margot Gold gave you a shout out earlier on, Margot. Thank you very much indeed. Andy P, 17th Mustang Reb, H John Grinham, Scott Shallcross, Gulf Air, 5th to land now. Thank you for that. Adele Bramley, Jerry, where does Jilly work from while you are filming? From her home office is where she works from. Andy Kinnock, maybe that was the reason why, because the TAP jet in front of it may have taken a little bit longer to exit, to make its evac, or vacate, sorry. Bev Charles. Algernon Sargrebe. Adele Bramley. Owen B, yes, mentioned it earlier in the show. It's next summer we will have Etihad back with their 380s. That means 5 operators will be using 380s from London Heathrow next summer, which is pretty cool. Interesting ops vehicle. What's he doing there? Need to be extremely vigilant, these guys, the operations teams. Obviously well versed in being at the runways or taxiways edge during these low visibility conditions. Of course, the tower, the ground team will work with the tower to notify of any potential vehicles that are on the active. Now this guy's coming out, maybe crossing, I think he's just crossing the active, there we go. Cleared, obviously given clearance to cross the active runway. Maybe coming out from that gate down there. There is a gate just down there that you can see he may be coming out from. Doesn't look like these conditions are going to improve anytime soon. 24 minutes, 24 minutes to the crossover, folks. We got Owen, didn't we? We got Owen as a returning member. And Jacko Dwarschwartz is a returning member. Welcome back, Jacko. Nice Cafe 350. See Rolls-Royce XWB engines. I like it when an operator puts the Rolls-Royce badge on the side of their engines. It doesn't take a lot to do it, but by goodness me, is it a good thing to see. The reason I'm saying that is because obviously looking at it from a historical standpoint, always when I've been to any museum, always good to see the old Merlin engines there with the engine plate emblazoned, beautiful brass Rolls-Royce engine plate, which is usually stamped with the serial number. It's Citroën. Steve Buchan, just woken up after a night shift. Is that Titan heading for Birmingham, the England team returning? Yes, it is. Thank you, Steve. And a very warm welcome to you, my friend. Gareth, Sunset Shepherd, Gulf Air, Dreamliner 787-9 back on the ILS after the go around. Oh, okay, so that was Gulf Air, was it, that went around? Interesting. AVGEEK, the last Met report gives a visibility of 2,400 metres with an RVR of 1,300 metres. Still plenty good enough for most of these aircraft. AVGEEK, yes indeed. It literally needs to be. Oh, I missed that. Don't forget, folks, we will be putting out a post after the show, just to remind you about the show that's coming up next week from Louisville, Kentucky. We're going to be at the Louisville UPS World Port operations, cargo operations. It's one day we're going to be live, and it's going to be quite an extensive show focusing on the operations. And the following week, we're going to be at East Midlands doing exactly the same. And a big shout out to Johan Reed Aspley, my friend. Margot saying, I keep seeing that the brothers that own Logan Air are trying to find a buyer. Their Twitter feed shows lots of interesting and fun stuff. No one wants the routes. Oh dear. Okay. Sort of like it's trying to clear, isn't it? It's attempting to clear. And I know we won't be watching, but Anthony from Louisville. No, I know I've already had a couple of messages, Jilly, but it's just going to be it's going to be hectic. It's going to be hectic. I mean, it's going to be quite a hectic time. It's not like I've got, you know, yeah. Jacko, good time to be a member. Oh, Jacko, that's great, mate. Thank you so much. And yes, it's good time. It's good times, isn't it? Just generally good times. I hope everybody's well, having a good Sunday, possibly just starting their Sunday. Some people even in the far east are perhaps starting their Monday. What's that, GP? Is that all-wheel braking on the mains of the 777, or is it the front four on each cart? Well, the front two on each cart, making the front four on each set. Kevin Fisher, Mrs. just gone past you on the staff bus. There we go, Carl B. About to fly out from Heathrow on the old flight sim. Cool. Ken Alloway, thank you very much indeed. Will East Mid show be early or a late show? Jamie Horrobin. Start up. Hey, look. He's starting his engines at. How cool is that? It's the first departure, folks. Now things are going to start to get a little bit noisy. So if you don't want to pee the neighbours off, then crank your sound down a little bit. Or if you do, turn it up. Jamie Horrobin, the East Midlands show will be 8 to midnight, 8 p.m. to midnight. That's around about the time when we're going to get the hottest movements, and that is from our good friend Johan. Oh, I got mood lighting in that bus. Got mood lighting in it. Moon River, wider than the sea. Okay, clearing a little bit. It's clearing a little bit. So we're going to start seeing aircraft making their way to the departure point. Bump up the volume, bump up the volume, bump up the volume, bump, dum, ding, 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 ding. Doreen Hansen, snow just stopped at the foot of the Cotswolds, 4 hours, and skies still grey. David Booth, welcome back, David. Great to see you here. Jim Monteith, I'm going to turn it up to 11 on my Klipsch speakers. They sound pretty expensive. Jim, go for it. Turn it up to 11. Michael Barber, busy time that at EMA. Yes, and apparently, folks, because of Stansted having runway repairs, they're bringing the UPS 747 back to EMA temporarily next year while Stansted undergoes repairs. So that'll be something that we can look forward to. All the folks up at East Midlands can look forward to. The reason why they took the 747 away from operations at Stansted was just purely because the stand itself, it messed with other aircraft parking there as well. So that's why I believe, as far as I'm aware anyway, that's why they stopped it all.
Just watching you.
Happy Christmas.
Thank you.
Cheers. Yes, so the 747, I believe, was the Dash 8 with, well, I don't know, I think they used, maybe they used a 400 as well, I don't know, for the East Midlands operation. But that's the aircraft that's just come in, of course, that's not going out. Oh. Nice! Very clever system of pitch blade operation on those turboprops. So basically, instead of reverser power, like you do on an enclosed fan blade assembly system, like the high bypass ratio turbo fans, these are turboprops. Exposed fans, should I say? The blade is pitched inside that. The hub assembly has pitch options for the blades, and therefore they basically, as soon as you turn the pitch, it becomes a forward or reverse pitch, whichever it might be, to slow the aircraft down. I think this is a 767-400 going out with Delta, which is really good. Now, folks, I cannot hang around all afternoon, only because we haven't prepped anything for Louisville yet. Well, we have prepped everything, but all of the gear and all that, you know, and this is quite an extensive. Margaret Burnett, I find my extended Flight Radar 24 membership is very useful for information and notifications. There we go. Also, whenever you drive anywhere near an airport, it says, welcome to London Heathrow. Squirrel, Bev Charles. It doesn't say welcome to London Heathrow from wherever you are. It says wherever, what airport it is that you're driving up past, or driving through, or near, or whatever the place is. Flight attendant Ollie. is a new member. Welcome, Ollie. Is there something starting up down there, or is that... I think that might be. That aircraft is just like Rolls-Royce engineer said. Some engines need to be primed in terms of warmed up or gotten to the optimal temperatures, because sitting there doing nothing, they obviously get cold. So that's why I think he's keep your eye on it. Glenn's aviation love. You have plenty of time, Jerry. Oh, thanks. Okay. I think he's giving those engines a bit of a warm-up, by the sounds of it. Ian Finley looks like a BA 319 would last for landing 27 right. John Grinham, perfectly safe to fly in cold weather. John, perfectly safe. Get them all nice and toasty. I like that, Rolls-Royce engineer, thank you. De-icing procedures. Toasty procedures. I mean, there have been times I remember seeing sometimes the pilot will sit on the brakes, power up the engines for a little bit, and then literally almost do a slingshot departure to bring the engines up to the right temperature. Yeah! Oh, going back up again. Definitely him, isn't it? Is the mic gone? Is the mic gone? No. For God's sake. John Godson's joined it about half an hour ago. Maybe one. Yeah. Keep up, John. Come on, son. Listen to that. They're not testing an aircraft down at BA maintenance, are they? There's nothing on radar down at maintenance, is there? I don't think that is them warming those engines up. I think that's an aircraft running its engines. That's an engine test down at the BA maintenance sheds. What are you suspicious of, Paul? Come on, tell us all about it. Some big conspiracy. We're not really here. The Earth's flat. They didn't land on the moon. Go on, Wheelie King. Nice. Would be nice to get back a little bit of light so I can then charge you out the garden before I go away. I'm going for a walk. Yeah! Yeah, and we need to switch the bond out, and we need to do this, and we need to do that. So we'll do 10 minutes of departures, folks, and then we're going to have to call it a day or an afternoon because we need to get ourselves prepped. Of course, we can't do anything until we literally break everything down here, because obviously all the equipment has to be broken down. That was a bit different. That was the natural water in the fuel icing up on a heat exchanger and blocking the pipes. It's a very unusual combination of factors for it to happen. Oh, okay. Flat Earth Society has members all around the globe, Darren Jones saying, or all over the flat bit of land. A bit of Jill Blakeney heard it turn off. Yes. Okay, we'll go for the 380 GP. We'll go for the 380, and then we'll bugger off. Boom, lad. Kathy Williams. Gilly not coming this time, Ellie? Touching these Kathy. Rab, to be honest with you, Rab, you know, whatever you do in whatever you do, whatever you like, you pay your money or do to better the suit of night. You just got to be prepared for the conditions, haven't you? You know, in the hot weather, you need to make sure you put your sun stuff on, your sunscreen, and in the cold, you need to make sure you put your layers on. It's as simple as that. And also get yourself prepared. I've even got backup gloves. In fact, I've really got them. Oh, Kathy Williams, Singapore Slinger's still doing the loop, so that's not going to happen, is it? Singapore Slinger's coming in on the southern, whilst we have our first departure of the day. God, my fingers are starting to numb up, but that's only because I just changed the gloves out. So we're all good. We're all good. 1, 2, 3, 4 departures, and then we're off. Scott Cowell, what a lovely voice you have. Oh, isn't that nice? Thank you, Scott. Don't often hear that. Normally I wish he'd shut up. Oh, wow. Oh, sorry, he's not talking to me. Oh dear, sorry. Sorry. It's you. Is it you? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I've got to say the northern accent is a nice accent, isn't it? The Yorkshire accent. I do like it. No? Okay. I'll get me coat. God blimey. Gone, disappeared. So this should be good. Because of the dank conditions and the how thick the air is, we should get some really seriously loud spool ups here. Got it, Ian. Rock songs suit you. Here we go. Thank you very much. I tell you, it's a little bit of a breeze going now. I wouldn't be surprised if they do switch operations. Here we go! There you go, that's what I'm talking about. Flexi. Go on, Flexi. Yeah. Well, that's to be expected. Wow, that's 200 feet max, isn't it? Shut up, I'm telling you. Four engine types. Reach for the skies. Long run, it's a long run. Oh, nice, nice. She's gone. Wow. Oh, listen to those big GEs whirring away. Okay, now a Trent 800 engine, so this should make quite a lot of noise. Crank it up. So, here we go. Yes. Good growl. Oh, she's growling all right. Who's this? Who's this? That bleeding. Okay, now I think these are GPWs, General Electric Pratt & Whitney mix 7200s, I think. Scotty 2, my first episode of Big Jet TV. I thought I really liked the airport action and the aircraft, but I really wish that guy would shut up, and quickly grew to love the commentaries, comedy, singing and impressions. There we go. Thanks, Scotty. Wish that guy would shut up. That's funny, man. That's funny. What was that? Was that a... Oh, that's an engine that doesn't want to. That's an engine that doesn't. Come on, son, you can do it. Wow, that was uber derated, wasn't it? He's a happy aeroplane, isn't he? Look. Hello. This, on the other hand, is a very angry aeroplane. Listen to this. Steve Gallagher. Thank you, Steve. Seeing off this blue, give some welly. Candy and the Birds. Rolls-Royce engineer. Thank you, everybody. You have been wonderful today. Thank you for your company. Here we go. G90's at full stretch. de-icing fluid on that Air Canada jet. Look at the leading edge slats, folks. Look at the green on the leading edge. That's anti-ice, I think you'll find. Not de-ice, I think that's anti-ice. The green fluid. Type, see the type 2 or type 3, one of the two. Probably wrong, it's probably 1 or 4. Puss in PJs, thank you. Sandy Humby, BA off to JFK. Alex Hilton, loving it. Thank you, folks. Ken Alloway, loud and proud. 777. So now, you will see the fluid pouring off the wing. See the leading edge of the horizontal stabilizers as well. She's been fully caked up. See the green hue, Bonnie McGrew.
Is that go around? Is that go around on 27 left? Is that go around? I think it's go around, isn't it? It is, isn't it? 27 left, go around, Julie. I do. It says it on the thing. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, we're not putting the post out yet. Yes.
Yeah, flight number, all the details will be on the post that we're putting out. Yeah, it'll be put out this afternoon. Yeah, we've got a post going out this afternoon, folks, promoting the show from Louisville. Gonna call it Louisville. I know there's a few locals who like for us to for me to pronounce the Louisville as the locals do, but you've got to think of it from a global standpoint. Most people around the world would call it Louisville and not Louisville, based on the local translation. So forgive me if you are a Louisville resident or a Louisville resident. Forgive me in advance for getting it wrong. VS 103, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow, if you want to make a note of that, VS 103 is my flight out to Atlanta. Then I'm flying on a 717. Look how green that anti-ice. Look at the green anti-ice. Is that GP? Say it. It's a long hold for this Neo. Gone in 5 seconds. Just want to get the. That's crazy, that de-ice and the ice on there. Look at it! Dang! See an office blue, bigger separation in foggy conditions, DCC. I'm not so sure about that, to be honest with you. I think it's pretty standard separation. Because obviously they've got their radar and all their nav equipment giving them. It's just bringing the engines to temperature in some cases. Climb and maintain 3,000 feet. Oh, I say! Big glass of milk before he came out. There we go, Marty Bunyan's the first one I'm apologising to. And I'm not going to call it Louisville. Because people will wonder where the hell I am. Louisville, Kentucky! If you don't mind. It's like an American coming to England and doing a report from Birmingham. It's Birmingham. Oh, Scarborough. It's Scarborough. Hey, 339. That's our jet, isn't it? Isn't that our jet? That's our jet that we flew on, isn't it? Nice clean front wheels on. Already the main gear looking pretty sooty from He's got shorts on. Has he got shorts on? He's got shorts on. Wow! Go on, son! Yeah, full flex. Flex those big muscles, man. I just want to see that dreamliner go and see all the stuff pouring off the wings. Wow, he's gone up quick. Yeah, man. Shut up! Hard as nails. It's hard as nails. Coated up top, but probably a rugby player or something like that. Jim Monteith, what's the difference between anti and de-ice? Well, anti-ice is to prevent Well, there is an anti and de-ice. Yeah. Anti-ice is like, yes, to prevent ice from accumulating. De-ice is to remove ice. Big American trip. Fingertips of stuff. Yeah! Oh, for God's sake, mate. Sort your alarm out. It's always one, isn't it? It is literally always one. Beautiful, beautiful wing floofage. All right, mate. That's it. Eve Hosgood, Aviators Lounge. VS 103 for tomorrow, folks. Yeah, VS 103 Atlanta bound tomorrow morning. Aidan Campbell, very true, there we go. One melts the ice, the other one stops the ice from forming. I'll be asking questions later. I think some yeah, the reason for the alarm being as the way it is because of the vibrations being created by those bleeding engines going through the ground, and it's almost as if someone's got hold of the car and he's shaking it from the outside. That's literally the reason why the alarm goes off. Little one. Folks, even though it hurts me and pains me in these conditions with these aircraft sitting there, we've got a runway inspection at the moment. And lots of small jets waiting to go out. But listen, the kind of stuff that you will see in Louisville will literally blow your mind in terms of the close action that we have. You can actually go online now onto YouTube channel or just type in to Google Big Jet TV Louisville and you will see the Freeview piece that we put out there earlier on this year. Insane close runway action right up to the warning, you are entering the runway indicators. So we will be there. We will be all around the aircraft, seeing the loading and the unloading procedures, refueling, any other stuff that goes on. One thing that you might get to see is the swap out of a wheel as well, or a brake system. Happens from time to time, but we will obviously have to see how we get on there and what we're able to film. But other than that, folks, thank you so much. It's been wonderful to have your company. I hope you've had a great Sunday. Be good, be happy, be safe, be healthy, look after yourself and others around you, and wish you all the best.
if you've got a garden and you've got a chance to feed the birds, give some food, put some food out for the birds and the little animals. Beautiful big fox in my garden the other morning. Completely caught me by surprise. Big, healthy, beautiful fox. Just standing there looking through the window. But of course, Chachi was like... Anyway, folks, thank you so much. Look after yourselves, and we will see you in Louisville. VS103 is who you need to look out for tomorrow morning, around about 9:45. But based on all this, it probably will be a little bit later. Anyway, thank you so much once again. We'll see you next time. Cheers.